Fox Sports.
We are the Fourth. We are so.
It's a beautiful Sunday afternoon here at SunTrust Park, and a big crowd filing in for the third and final game of our series between the Braves and the heavy-hitting St. Louis Cardinals. The Braves need a win today to wrap up the homestand with a win and avoid being swept. Hi again, friends. Chip and Joe, welcome back to the ballpark. The Braves tried to come back from a 5-0 hole last night, and Adonis Garcia home run accounted for all of the Braves' offense. And if there's been a trend, Joe, on the homestand, it's been falling behind early for the Braves against good quality pitching. That can't happen today against Michael Wacha.
No, and it's those early deficits that's taking the steam out of the offense. The offense has been really rolling, but they're having to dig out of these deep holes constantly. This season, innings 1 through 3, they're a -15 in run differential. In this homestand, innings 1 through 3, they've been outscored 17-5. The first inning alone in this homestand, 7-3. So they've got to do a better job of trying to get through the first couple of innings without any runs being scored, and that falls on the starting pitchers. Today, it'll be R.A. Dickey.
R.A. Dickey's had a good knuckleball, not a great knuckleball, he says. Hopefully he'll have a great day today as he faces the Cardinals for the first time since 2012 when he was a member of the New York Mets. Michael Wacha's got the ball for the Cardinals. We'll see if the Braves can avoid a sweep next.
Hyundai Sunday on Fox Sports South is presented by your local Hyundai dealers.
Big crowd filing in here at SunTrust Park. We're minutes away from baseball. Game 3 between the Braves and the visiting St. Louis Cardinals. Mike Matheny's Redbird squad has been rampaging through the South. They have started their road trip in terrific fashion. They've scored 15 runs in the first 2 games here in Atlanta. They've played long ball with Matt Carpenter hitting homers. Matt Adams has hit home runs. Got to try to find a way to keep the ball in the ballpark on yet another breezy day. And there is a new player in this Cardinals Toyota lineup. It's Magneuris Sierra, who has been called up from A-ball today for St. Louis because of the injury to Jose Martinez last night. And that's an amazing story, Joe. He was the last outfielder on their 40-man roster in their entire system who had not already been to the big leagues.
Yeah, that was a real good move on their part, I think, because the reports on him out of spring training were that he was big league ready already at age 21 defensively and as a base runner. He would be probably overmatched maybe offensively, but they know he can come up here and play good defense and fill in until they need somebody else to go out there.
So, kid, go get him. You're in the major leagues, and you get to face a knuckleballer in your first big league game.
Yeah, this is the way everybody pitches up here.
Right. Well, I think it's safe to say that R.A. has maybe been the most consistently successful Braves starter in rotation this year for Atlanta.
3-2, 3.94 ERA, and I agree with him. He's won his last 2 starts in a row. 13 walks against 19 strikeouts. One of the things for him today, well, let's look at his 4 keys to pitching success because they're both integrated right here. Number 1, a first inning 0. Get him out. Don't give up a run in the first. Give your offense a chance to give you the lead. And non-knucklers, his non-knuckleballs, those have been giving him some problems when he decides to mix in a breaking ball or a fastball. That's where he's been giving up some home runs, not on the knuckleball. So make better pitches, especially with the breaking ball today when you want to use it.
Atlanta's defense lines up this way. Kempin, Ciarte, and Markakis left to right in the Braves outfield. Freeman, Peterson at second. Day off for Brandon Phillips. Day game after the night game and an off day tomorrow. And you know Brandon's had that left quad problem. I think it's a quad. Or groin problem. Yeah, it was a groin problem. Thank you, Joe. Dansby, Swanson, Garcia short and third. And Kurt Suzuki, as is customary, will try to corral R.A. Dickey's knuckleball. Cal Hamari. Adam Hamari is our home plate umpire. Bill Miller at first. Kerwin Danley at second. Todd Titchener is the umpire at third base. It's a gorgeous day. Breezy, cool, not a cloud in the sky. And Colton Wong is going to get things going for St. Louis. And R.A.'s first pitch is in there for strike 1. That one just missed. First pitch at 1:37 today. It's 23 minutes before 2 o'clock Eastern time. And outside, ball 2. Colton's had a couple of hits in the series for the Cardinals, batting .291. .384 on base percentage. He's done a nice job hitting near and at the top of this Cardinal lineup. A lineup that's still without Dexter Fowler. Fowler hurt his shoulder in the last Cardinal game against Milwaukee in St. Louis, and we've not seen him appear in Atlanta yet. And that one floated inside, full count. Little roller out towards second. Dickey, what a play! Flips to first, and he didn't get him. What an effort by R.A. Dickey. A diving stop and the flip to first, and Wong called safe. We'll see if the Braves review it.
This was going to be a base hit for sure if he doesn't glove it. It was hit too slowly for Jace Peterson to have a play on it. Bill Miller had the call at first. And Freddie on the scoop. Got him.
So the Braves aren't going to challenge the call at first. Wong thought he beat it. Replay, I think, is going to confirm that the Braves are right to challenge the call. And a great play by Dickey should earn him the first out against Colton Wong. Fans are seeing the replay on the scoreboard. How about the athletic play by R.A. Dickey, who's had the left quad problem?
Yeah, it was outstanding. It's funny, and he'd be the first to tell you it's like his last start. He hit a couple of ground balls. Remember, he hit that high chopper that got a run in, and he took off running, and then he realized, I can't do this. You know, he had to slow it down, even though he might have had a chance at a base hit. Sometimes your initial reactions are just instinctual. You don't know anything other than to go for it.
So the call's overturned. Here's Randall Grichuk. He moves to the number 2 spot in the Cardinal lineup. And he didn't get that floater for a strike. Grichuk's had a nice series too. He's 4 for 10. He leads the Cardinals in strikeouts with 34 of them. But he bats in front of Matt Carpenter, the first baseman who waits on deck.
Grichuk's had a good series, and he's been in the lineup all over the place and batting second today, but 4 for 10 with a double. Made a couple of good plays in the outfield too.
That's been the man that's done the most damage. Carpenter's been on base a lot, and he's hit a couple of long homers. That one is tipped and held on to by Suzuki, and R.A. Dickey has his first strikeout. 2 up, 2 down.
Little sinker knuckleball, and held on to by Kurt.
Now R.A. is an out away from doing something that's been very difficult for the Braves to do on this homestand. That's not give up a first inning run. But Carpenter's on a tear where he's in scoring position while standing in the batter's box.
Yeah, but there's only been one perfect inning in the first inning on this homestand.
That was R.A.'s fastball, and it missed badly. Ball 2. 6 homers, 19 RBIs for Carpenter. He's also walked 23 times this season. The Braves have walked him 4 times in the first 2 games, and he's a pitch away from getting to first base with 2 outs here on a base on balls. Three and 1. High fly ball belted deep right field, and Carpenter unloads on a 3-1 count, and the Cardinals have again scored in the first inning. Well, we're going to find out how good a power hitting team the Cardinals are starting tomorrow. They've got to go to Miami. If they do this at Marlins Park, then they're for real.
I don't know that that was a knuckleball either. If it was, it came out with too much spin. 3-0. He was taking all the way, and he zipped the fastball in there for a strike. But again, the non-knuckleballs are the ones that are getting tattooed.
R.A.'s given up 7 home runs. 6 of them have come on his home mound. And it's another first inning run for a Braves opponent. A solo home run gives St. Louis an early lead for Jed Jerko. Jerko was originally in the starting lineup last night. He was taken out for precautionary reasons. Greg Garcia got the start. Jerko came on in the 8th inning and picked up a hit, so he's good to go today. Rolled toward short. Dansby charges, throws off stride, and Freeman with a stretch makes the play. Carpenter hits a solo homer with 2 outs. 1-0 St. Louis as Michael Wacha goes to the mound. front. The Braves will try to answer in their half of the first inning. The Braves starting nine, as always, presented by Toyota. Ender Inciarte leads off. Adonis Garcia second. Freddie Freeman is hitless so far in the series. Kemp, Markakis, Suzuki, Chase Peterson in at second base. Dansby Swanson back in the lineup. R.A. Dickey is opposing Michael Wacha, another terrific Cardinals starting pitcher.
Sure is. 25 years old, 6'5", 215 out of Pleasant Grove, Texas, in his fourth year in the big leagues. A former first-round pick. Had some great numbers working through 2015, and then last year suffered with some shoulder issues and only a 7-7 and 5.09 ERA, but 28 strikeouts in 30 innings this year with only 7 walks. Low to mid-90s fastball, cutter, and an excellent changeup.
So the Braves have their hands full with Wacha today, and his first pitch to Ender Inciarte misses downstairs, ball 1. Wacha's made one start against the Braves. Atlanta beat him. In fact, Atlanta and the Arizona Diamondbacks are the only two National League clubs Michael Wacha has never beaten as a big league pitcher. So let's hope that continues this afternoon, as that one buzzed the tower and caught a corner. 2-1 the count.
We were told that he really hasn't had much of a breaking ball in his career until his last start, and he had an outstanding curveball against Milwaukee. So we'll see if he employs that some today.
Ender tried to bunt and didn't get it. 2-2. Line drive into center field. A base hit for Inciarte. So there's an encouraging start. Ender's fourth hit of the series. And Adonis Garcia, last night's hitting hero, bats for the first time.
95 fastball, but it was down. And when a hard thrower is down in the zone, it's a little bit easier for hitters to drop the barrel on it and make solid contact. That was a good swing.
3 homers, 13 RBIs for Adonis. Remember, Yadier Molina's back behind the plate for the Cardinals. So you run at your own peril. Inciarte's stolen 7 bases in 8 tries. He was caught last night, as a matter of fact, for the first time.
6 out of 15. 6-4-15 for Molina. Base stealers.
Out high strike. It's 0-1.
We highlighted Adonis today on Braves Live and his good work both in the field and at the plate. He's playing well.
Braves trying to snap out of a 3-game losing slide. Trail 1-0 here in the first. Ender, a good lead, is chased back to the bag.
Another great crowd, huh?
Awesome. And no complaints about the weather today. Just a glorious afternoon. The pitch is chopped foul. And the count 1-2. Adonis made a game of it late last night.
And snapped a long 55-inning homerless streak for Mike Leake. Got him back in it.
Of course, when Leake pitched with the Reds, we didn't see him very often. We certainly haven't seen him very often with the Cardinals. Boy, was he good last night. 1-2 pitch. Just missed a corner with a 96-mile-an-hour heater.
One of the Cardinals players was very complimentary to the Braves today, and he said that if the Braves had 3 starting pitchers that were all going well right now, they would really be tough because of their lineup.
That's fouled away. And that's I guess the frustrating part. Before the Cardinals came to town, the Atlanta offense was really rolling. Braves were scoring 5-6 runs a game almost at will, but they were giving up 5 or 6 or 7 runs a game. So it just hasn't been all in sync for Atlanta the last week. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Chopped towards short. Diaz will fire to second. That's all the Cardinals get. Garcia is at first base. Didn't look to be running all that well, by the way. And he'll trade places with Inciarte with 1 out.
Well, it just takes the starch out of you, Chip, when you're constantly having to play uphill offensively and behind early in the game constantly. And that's not to say, well, you get behind early 4 or 5 runs, you give up? No, of course not. Do you quit? No. But from a mental focus standpoint, even for these professional hitters, it's tough when you go up there and know you've got to score 6, in other words, tonight to win. It's not a matter of let's peck away and get a couple back here and there. It's knowing what you're going to have to do to win the game. And man, does that get heavy.
And it has been heavy for the Braves. Maybe it's wearing on Freddie Freeman. Still without a hit in the series. The Cardinals have pitched him tough. He's 0 for 6.
Well, this is interesting. Count changes to 1-1, and then they go into a modified shift here with the third baseman moving over to the right side of second base. They haven't really shifted on him the whole series.
Not much. Wonder what mental games that plays with a hitter.
I don't know, unless it's an indication of how they're going to pitch Freddie later in the count. That was a changeup to get ahead.
One ball, 2 strikes. Garcia at first. And it's popped up. Freddie took a shot to left field and fouled it off. Ten homers, 17 RBIs for the Braves first baseman. A long one here would turn the game around. Flags are blowing gently out. And Molina smothered that. 2-2. Struck him out of the inside corner.
That's that curveball. Again, he's never thrown it much and may have surprised Freddie. When it comes out of his hand real high, looks like something that's not going to come down or be a strike. Boy, what an effective pitch that will be for him, especially if he pitches up with his fastball.
And Joe, if that had the plate, it had the plate because one seam crossed over the strike zone. I mean, you saw how far Molina had to reach for that ball.
Yeah.
So hitters beware. It looks like it's a big zone for Mr. Hamari. Here's Kemp. And Matt takes a ball low. 1-0 the count. 6 homers, 16 RBIs for Matt. Adonis takes off. Molina from his knees throws and didn't get it. First steal for Garcia. I think that might have surprised the Cardinals.
Absolutely it did. They haven't been holding him on. He jumped before they even went to the plate. How about this throw? Shea Benito Santiago.
That could be a big play in the inning. A hit from Kemp could tie the game. Pitch. And Matt's way ahead in the count. 3 balls, no strikes. He did have a green light, and he skies it into the stands back to our right. And Kemp takes a walk. And Waka hasn't exactly been scintillating in the first.
This was a bit of a hint as to what I was talking about before, with how when you fall behind early, it takes you out of your game. You're not able to employ what you would like. So only down a run, it's fine for Adonis to try and steal, especially when they're not paying attention to him and he gets that kind of jump. The risk you take is, all right, they pitch around Matt and leave it to someone else. Well, last August and September, when they left it to someone else, Nick Markakis with 2 outs was outstanding.
Rifled over Eddie Perez's head, and Eddie went to his knees to get out of the way of that missile to right. Strike 1. .32 2-out RBIs for Markakis with a runner in scoring position. Now the 0-1 is taken low. Two and two.
Talked about his changeup. There was a good example of it. Well disguised and in a good spot.
A lot of pitches for Waka, though, 26 of them. And an overpowering fastball takes care of Markakis. And the Braves are out of luck in the first. Matt Carpenter's homer stands up. It's 1-0 after 1.
Head to the bottom of the second inning. Chip and Joe mentioned the early deficits this team has been facing. In their last 5 games, they've only had the lead after the 4th inning one time. Now, the starting pitchers for the Braves have pitched the fewest innings in the NL with a lead. I talked to Jaime Garcia about what it's like to go out there as a pitcher with a deficit, and he said, well, the pitcher's job is to go out and keep the game manageable. It's obviously nice to pitch with an early lead, but with this team and this offense, you know they're capable of turning it around at any point in the game. But Joe, I ask you, do you think the hitters might be trying to do too much recently?
Well, it goes to what I was saying earlier, Kelsey, and that is, yeah, it's hard to concentrate on your job at hand to try to get an inning started, a rally started when you're behind 4 or 5 runs. It's not a lack of focus. It's just a heavy weight on you that you're constantly trying to get through. So are they trying to do too much? Maybe. But at some point, they've got to come up in the first inning even, nothing, and feel like they've got whatever they want to do, they can do.
Yadier Molina pops one up into shallow right. Markakis is there. And let's take it a step further. Let's analyze this from this hot seat that a manager sits in. If you're in a 1 or 2 run game, you can hit and run, you can straight steal, you can sacrifice, you can try to find a way to manufacture a run. But with the strength of Major League bullpens now, if you're down 4 or 5 runs in the 6th inning, you can't afford to give up too many outs if you're losing 5-1, 6-1, 4-0.
The crazy thing is, in addition to that, is that the Braves have been a good late inning team, as they were last night. They've been doing a real good job of scoring runs from the 7th inning on and pulling some games out or padding their lead if they already had a lead.
Back to the mound. Dickey will take care of Diaz, who's been a royal pain in this series. He's swinging the bat very well. 2 out.
So my point is, give the offense a chance. Give them a chance early, something they haven't had lately, especially on this homestand.
Well, here's the young man that the Cardinals have brought up from A-ball. Magneuris Sierra. First major league game. A very highly touted Cardinal prospect. Who's made the jump from Palm Beach. In fact, he was called out of the game in the 9th inning last night and told to pack your bags. You're going to Atlanta. And he grounds one out of play foul for a strike.
Minor league player of the year a couple of years ago in low A.
That's bounced to the left side. Garcia, nice play, and a strike to first. And R.A. Dickey has a 1-2-3 second inning. 1-0 Cardinals. Kurt Suzuki leads off for Atlanta after the break.
By Academy Sports and Outdoors. For all, for less.
A Matt Carpenter home run for St. Louis has them in front. The Braves coming up in the home second. MLB.TV Premium is back and better than ever. Watch every out-of-market regular season game live on over 400 supported devices. Plus, get a free subscription to @Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.TV for all the details. Nice 1-2-3 inning for R.A. Dickey. The Braves bats go to work with Suzuki, Peterson, and Swanson in the second. Michael Wacha threw 27 pitches in the first inning and stranded a pair of Braves runners. And you can really hear Molina's glove popping with every fastball Wacha throws.
One of the things we were told about Wacha was with respect to his shoulder issues last year, he had like the beginnings of what might be a stress fracture in his right shoulder blade. So all winter he worked on strengthening the areas around his shoulder and shoulder blade and came to spring training 100%.
To third. Jerko loads up and gets the Braves catcher, 1 out.
And one of the things that he was able to do again that helped him be successful in 13, 14, and 15 is throw downhill. His angle to the plate much better and back to normal.
Well, 2 years ago, this man was a 17-game winner.
Right.
And fans may not remember this, but when he got to the big leagues for the first time in 2013, he went 4-1 with a 2.78 ERA, pitched out of the bullpen and made 9 starts. But Michael Wacha really started to shine in postseason play for the Cardinals. In the 2013 NLCS, he matched up with Clayton Kershaw twice and beat him twice. He gave up 7 hits in 13 2/3 innings against LA in that series and won both starts.
Well, he's got great life on his fastball. He always had a good changeup, and if this curveball continues and he gets better with it, especially like the one he threw Freeman that starts high, where you, at least out of his hand, you either think it's a pitch that got away from him or it's a fastball. Man, oh man, could that be effective.
Down and away for Jace. It's a full count. I would think that Adam Wainwright would be a wonderful tutor for Michael Wacha.
Just going to say that.
Sorry we didn't get to see Adam pitch in this series. Line drive toward left. And Sierra's there and he makes the grab. Excuse me, Pham makes the grab for out number 2.
And what's new? A hard hit ball by Jace Peterson for an out.
Something Dansby Swanson knows a thing or two about. Dansby got the day off yesterday. He's back in there against Wacha today. And he'll go to work with 2 outs and nobody aboard. Dansby was 0 for 4 in the opener. Good cut there, fouled back, strike 1.
Another good hook.
And I would think, Joe, with this guy's fastball, that cutter, the changeup you talked about, that curveball doesn't even have to be good for it to be an effective pitch for him.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't. It's another weapon. They say he's messed with a cutter some too, but he doesn't really need it.
Swing and a miss, and Wacha's got 3 strikeouts and 2 scoreless innings. He'll bat second when the Cardinals come up. On your mobile device with Fox Sports Go. Download the app and take Fox Sports South and Braves baseball with you wherever you go. It's presented by Honda Lawn and Garden, and we know the Fox Sports Go app works very well because our great security guards in the press box, Mike Smith and Tracy, are watching our game as we speak on their mobile device with the Fox Sports Go app today. So Mike and Tracy, thanks for keeping Joe safe today.
Yes, we appreciate it.
Tommy Pham drives one to right. Markakis turns, and that's going to bounce off the top of the wall and leave the ballpark. A solo home run. It's 2-0.
Now remember, he just got called up at the beginning of this series too. In his first game, he hit a home run and a double. That was a knuckleball. It stayed kind of on the same plane. The home run that Carpenter hit out was on a changeup.
2-0 for Michael Wacha, who takes a strike. Hit it high and watch it fly. It's 0-2. Got the Cardinals with 6 home runs in the series, 2 in each game so far. And a bouncing ball to second. That'll take care of Michael Wacha. And 1 out. Colton Wong was retired after review. Great diving stop by R.A. Dickey on the first base side of the mound. He gloved it and flipped to first and got Colton by a quarter step. Cardinals have won the last 5 games they have played in Atlanta, Georgia. To this point, including their 2-run lead today, they've outscored the Braves 48-16 in those games. One ball, 2 strikes.
Nice stop by Kurt, which may not seem like much there, but if Wong swings at that pitch, you got to make sure you block it with 2 strikes or he reaches.
Slap toward left. Long run for Kent. Matt's still coming. He's not going to get there. And Wong's thinking 2. And he's going to stand at second with a double down the left field line. 12-game hitting streak for Colton Wong, a career high. And not much Kemp could do to stop him from taking second.
To his credit, stayed with that pitch, moving away from him, and just dumped it in there.
That'll bring up Grichuk, who struck out in the opening inning. 35 whiffs for the Cardinal outfielder now. And ball 1. Line down the left field line. That's going to rattle off the fence. Wong will score. Grichuk has a double. And St. Louis leads 3-0. 8 doubles for Grichuk, 13 RBIs now.
Yeah, I know this guy struggled a little bit last year, even to the point that they sent him back to Memphis for some work. Well, I think he's a nice player. That was a knuckleball.
So St. Louis has 2 more runs in the inning. Carpenter's already hit a home run. And with that home run in the first, he's joined some very exclusive Cardinal company. Now only 3 players in Cardinal history to have homered in 3 consecutive games in Atlanta. Albert Pujols hit homers in 3 straight games at Turner Field. George Hendricks hit 3 homers in as many games at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium. And Matt Carpenter's christened SunTrust Park with a homer Friday, Saturday, and this Sunday afternoon.
They have fattened their averages here. 16 hits Friday, 12 hits last night.
Oh, 2. Little roller out to second. That'll get a runner to third. It'll cost the Cardinals their second out. Grichuk 90 feet away for Jed Jerko. Carpenter's retired, 2 out.
Third base number 3, Jed Jerko.
That's foul at third. Strike 1 for the Cardinal third baseman.
Every one of those tappers down the third baseline, though, I watch it like a hawk now.
Wasn't that something last night?
Uh-huh.
Colton Wong tapped a ball that was 3 feet foul, and it spun into fair territory. It turned into a hit and another first inning St. Louis run. Last night it came against Julio Teheran. One ball, 1 strike. Line toward the gap in right center. That's going to get down. That's going to roll shy of the warning track. A run is in. Jerko on his way to second. The throw there is not in time. The catch and a diving try by Dansby, too late. And the Cardinals making hay with 2 outs. Jerko extends his hitting streak. He brings home Grichuk, and the Cardinals have a 4-run lead.
You see that one was up. He leveled off on a pitch that was up last night, or maybe 2 nights ago. It was impressive. It was actually last night when he pinch hit.
We've talked a lot about the juggernaut that is the Washington Nationals, and deservedly so. Under the radar, St. Louis Cardinals are hitting their stride. Remember, they started the year at 3-9. They're 12-5 since, second best record in the league behind Washington in that stretch.
I've got something for you on that 3-9 also. They opened the season with the Cubs. They then played the Reds, and then they went on a road trip to Washington and the New York Yankees.
So draw your conclusions from that. That one got away from Suzuki. Jerko will move to third. After a 1-2-3 second, tougher times for R.A. Dickey in the third. Tommy Pham hit a home run on the first pitch of the inning off the top of the wall in right. Then 3 Cardinal doubles have allowed them to score 2 more. And now Suzuki's really got to bear down with a runner at third base and Molina in the box. He went around. 3-2. Bench of the Yankees, by the way, they're 19-9 this year. Popped up. That's headed for the SunTrust Club seats behind home plate. And it's a full count for the Cardinal catcher. Starlin Castro leads the American League in hitting. Aaron Judge, a rookie, leads the league in homers. He's hit 13 of them. Foul back. Hey, and a fan from Alpharetta made a terrific catch.
Nice play.
And that's off the plate. Molina walks. Ledmus Diaz is coming to the plate. Chuck Hernandez is coming to the mound to give RA a breather. Diaz will be the 8th man he faces in the inning.
I was just looking at the first game of this series, and the long innings the Cardinals have had. And they had 3 innings where they sent at least 6 men to the plate in game 1. And last night, including the first inning, they had 2 more and several others that had at least 5 hitters come to the plate. And this inning, 7 guys already have come to the plate. They're having long innings. They're having extended innings. A lot of it has to do with hitting. They've hit a lot of extra base hits. Just drew a walk. So the starting pitchers have had a rough time even avoiding long innings, let alone runs being scored.
Ledmus Diaz is the hitter. He takes a strike. Well, including the Dickey strikeout of Grichuk in the first today, in the 2.5 games played so far, the Cardinals have only struck out 19 times. So they are putting the ball in play. They've hit 6 homers. They have 9 doubles in the series.
That's at 9 doubles in 1 game.
And you've got a red hot hitter in Diaz, who's 10 for his last 14 up there with men at the corners. And outside, ball 2. And the luxury the Cardinals have here is with a 4-run lead, they can just wait out R.A. Dickey, make him throw strikes. Hasn't thrown but 1 to Diaz in this sequence.
Or get him to a count like this where he might throw something other than the knuckleball.
Bounce toward third. Adonis has it. He'll go to second. And that will force Molina and end the inning for the Cardinals. A leadoff homer. And then 3 St. Louis doubles pad their lead. It's now 4-0 after 2.5. Xfinity cam. Beautiful surroundings here at SunTrust Park.
Kennesaw Mountain there in the background. Beautiful ballpark.
Michael Wacha goes to work. R.A. Dickey is the man he'll face first in the Braves' third inning. 4-0 now. St. Louis has the lead. R.A. puts it in play and drives it to right. There's Grichuk, and there's the first out. Big story in Major League Baseball today took place before the first pitch in New York, where the Marlins are playing the Mets today. Jose Urena and Matt Harvey was supposed to be the starting pitching matchup. If you didn't hear, Matt Harvey was sent home from Citi Field as something might have happened to Wacha. Blister, perhaps?
That would be a shame for the Cardinals because of the way he's pitching. Ripped something, looked like on his thumb. Says he's okay.
Not a visit, but a scare for the Cardinals. But back to New York. Matt Harvey suspended for a violation of team rules. It has not been disclosed what that violation was, and he's been suspended without pay for 3 days by New York today. So they brought up a kid named Adam Wilk to start, and he's getting pummeled 6-0. Giancarlo Stanton's hit a couple of home runs for the Marlins.
I like it when teams take care of their own.
And Ciarte pops one into center, and Sierra's first chance. He's got it. 2 out.
Obviously it was something that probably wouldn't have any ramifications on the league or Major League Baseball, but a violation of their team rules, and made sure that the rest of the team knew that that kind of stuff wouldn't be tolerated. I like that. And knowing too that he was supposed to pitch today and the hardship it puts on the rest of the team.
Well, that's not the first time that's happened for Harvey. In fact, it happened when the Braves were in New York. Remember, he had the weightlifting session and couldn't pitch effectively on what was a normal turn of rest for him. And then he got bombed up there, and the Braves hit him pretty hard here in Atlanta. So what a talent, Matt Harvey, but hasn't been able to put it together this year in New York. And they need him with Syndergaard hurt and out for at least 2 more months. 2 quick outs for Wacha in the Atlanta third. Adonis Garcia bounced into a force play, stole a base, and was left stranded in the first. And no swing. 1-2. Washington's in action later on this afternoon. Tanner Roark and Jeremy Hellickson will square off in Philadelphia. That one gets underway in just a couple minutes.
Great view from right below the scoreboard.
Close call. Adonis took it. That's the great thing about this park. There is not a bad seat in the house. There is not a bad view in the house.
No.
And a swing and a miss. 3 up, 3 down for Wacha. 10 pitches. Little scare, maybe a callus or a blister, but he's good to go, and he leads after 3.
It's now time to send it back to Mark Owens for
heading into the 4th inning. And welcome back to our set here in Battery, Atlanta for this Xfinity game break. I'm Rebecca Capel. It is a National League East matchup going on at Citi Field this afternoon. Marlins visiting the Mets. Top first, no score, 2 men on. Giancarlo Stanton, goodbye. A 3-run shot off Adam Wilk, and he wasn't done. Top of the 3rd, look at this. He does it again. A solo shot this time off of Wilk again. That's Giancarlo Stanton's 10th of the year. Marlins lead the Mets 6-0 in the top of the 5th. Chip and Joe.
Thanks, Rebecca. The Marlins had lost 3 in a row. The Mets have won 3 in a row. So something's got to give in that game in New York. Miami heads home to open up a series with the Cardinals next. Here's Sierra, the young Cardinals center fielder, up from A ball. And he takes a called strike. Ground ball second. This kid can fly, and made a close play of it. And that's why Peterson had to unload quickly. Almost took Freddie's head off with that throw.
Jay said no choice but to unleash it from point blank range.
Here's Pham. He homered off the top of the wall, leading off the St. Louis 3rd. When Stephen Piscotty went to the DL with a hamstring, Pham got called up from Memphis and had a big night here on Friday. Doubled on the first pitch and hit a home run as well. Again to second. Jace stumbles, fires, and threw it away, but Suzuki backs it up near the on-deck circle. That was a tough play and an infield hit for Pham, the 6th of the day for the Cardinals.
We've been talking about the early inning deficits for the Braves and having to dig out from holes, and today is no different. Cardinals with a run in the 1st, now 3 in the 3rd, and they've been outscored 21-5 have the Braves in the first 3 innings on this homestand. 21-5. Hard on the offense.
Here's Waka. And it is amazing how that is a ripple effect on, as we said, how the manager manages, what the players can do, the kind of game you want to be able to play, taking it even further. First the pitch. It's high. Think about the number of innings the Braves bullpens had to work
right
in this stretch and the cumulative and ripple effect that that has. They've logged a lot of appearances, a lot of innings, and they've given up a lot of runs. Although last night, one of the bright spots was the excellent work by the Braves relief corps. There's a bunt, and it's a good one. Runner to second, 2 outs. .2-4 the scoring on the play. Pham's at second, 2 outs, and Colton Wong is the hitter. Last night the Atlanta Pen gave up 1 unearned run in 4 innings of work.
Yeah, they looked sharp last night.
You know, Flaherty, Ramirez, Kroll, and Jim Johnson.
5 strikeouts, no walks.
Another nice play by R.A. at the mound, and that takes care of the Cardinals leadoff man. Pham is left stranded. It's 4-0 St. Louis. We're headed to the home 4th. Freddie Freeman, Matt Kemp, and Nick Markakis are coming up. Cardinals have out hit the Braves 6-1, but the Braves have the right guys at the right time coming up here in the fourth inning. Heart of the order, Freddie Freeman, and got some guys who have swung the bat pretty well this year. We'll see that on our Georgia Lottery hitting the jackpot.
Longest streak so far on the season. Brandon Phillips with a 13-gamer. Markakis and Kemp. Kemp's is ongoing. Freddie's in there twice. Be a good time right now to start another one. He is 0 for 10 in the series.
That's outside, ball one.
I don't know for sure, but I would be pretty comfortable in saying this has got to be the longest 0 for streak for Freddie so far on the season.
Haven't been many dry spells for him at all. Not only does this guy throw hard, he works both sides of the plate, up and down. No place to zero in for Waka, but he just walked Freddie Freeman on 4 pitches. That'll help. Matt Kemp also walked. He's standing in now.
It looks like he's throwing a lot harder. When he walked Kemp in the first inning, that was his first walk to a right-handed batter all year. He came into the game with no walks and 19 strikeouts against right-handers, and he's fanned 2 righties today.
Ground ball toward third. Jerko to second for 1. And the Cardinals turn the double play. I think Waka broke his bat on that ground ball too. It had a funny sound to it. Quickly 2 outs. Nick Markakis is up.
Nice turn by Wong. Knowing Freddie was bearing down on him.
Nick struck out on some high heat last time up. A couple of published reports, by the way, have clarified the Matt Harvey situation. Apparently he didn't show up at the ballpark yesterday.
Well, maybe that was wasn't his heavy workout day. It was his I'm not coming to the park day.
Well, and he had a headache. Apparently it was a migraine, and apparently there was a communications issue, but the Mets apparently have seen that differently. His 3-game suspension, a culmination of several issues, and the Braves are having issues with Michael Waka, who struck out 5, and he's throwing a 1-hit shutout at Atlanta. 4-0. He leads it, and we go to the 5th. Atlanta, not just on the weekends, though. Get the best ticket values on weeknights here with tickets in May starting at just $5 for matchups like the Blue Jays May 17th and 18th and the Pittsburgh Pirates May 22nd through the 25th. Get your seats today at braves.com/tickets.
That looks like a shot from the Coca-Cola Plaza. He's up there too.
You bet. Line drive by Grichuk on the first pitch, and he's going to have an extra base hit. Another double. And that's how the St. Louis fifth starts. They have 7 hits.
He did this last night on a pitch inside that he was able to turn on and turn quickly and keep his hands inside the baseball. This time it's a knuckleball, but last night was a fastball.
6 of the 7 Cardinal hits have gone for extra bases. And here's Carpenter. I really liked what you said about Matt yesterday. Maybe it was on Friday. How unimposing he looks as a number 3 hitter. And then you look at his numbers and then you watch him play and you figure out pretty fast why he's hitting third in this St. Louis lineup.
And it must be something about the way he wears his uniform too. He's always showing his socks. He's tall. He's 6'4". He doesn't look it.
One of the ongoing talks in baseball is why so many of the great players are getting hurt with the hamstring problems, the oblique problems, all that stuff. One theory is all the extra weightlifting that major league players are doing these days as a group. This guy looks like a baseball player, doesn't he? Limber and lean, not muscle bound.
Yeah.
And watching him hit, the ball jumps off of his bat without the bulging biceps. This one's popped up. And Adonis Garcia behind the bag at third base makes the play for the first out. So Carpenter can't advance Grichuk. And he's 1 for 3, 1 out. Jerko had an RBI double in the Cardinal third.
Love day games, don't you?
Yep.
Especially on pretty days like this.
What a stop.
Great spear. Day games make it feel like a baseball game. Sometimes night games make it feel like an event. And I think modern day players are not crazy about day games. They like the routine of night games better.
Runner's going to try to steal third, and they got him. Double clutch for Suzuki, but he still gets Grichuk. And the Cardinals are going to check this call at third base. For the moment, it's caught stealing, 2-5.
Boy, Kurt came out of there firing. He's out. I doubt they will appeal this.
They will not. So good throw by Suzuki. Oh, it's hard to tell you how good a play that was. Handle a knuckleball, catch it, grab it, and then throw a strike to get a fast runner.
Quick release too.
Jerko walks, and he's aboard with 2 outs.
The last part of my comment about these day games is that today begins a bit of a series of day games for Atlanta. They have another day game, the last game in Houston. They have a day game, the last game a week from today in Miami, and an afternoon game at the Rogers Center that the roof may be closed, but it's still a late afternoon start.
But to your point about rhythm, night game, day game, travel. 3 night games, day game, travel, night game, day game, travel, home. Go get them. Scorched foul by Yadier Molina. And the Cardinal catcher will face a 1-1 pitch. Now it's 2-2.
It's his best fastball. 85.
Driven to right. Markakis is on the run. Another diving catch by Nick, who hangs on after the tumble. And Molina is denied a chance for his first hit of the afternoon. Nice catch by Markakis. Middle of the 5th inning in Atlanta. The Cardinals still lead at 4-0.
Your local Ford dealer, and the Georgia Lottery.
Chip and Joe with you from SunTrust Park. We head to the bottom of the 5th inning. Kelsey Wingert alongside, providing reports down by the Braves dugout. Atlanta's got to get something going. They have just 1 hit against Michael Wacha, who Chris Capel tells us threw 27 pitches and allowed 2 base runners in the 1st inning. Since then, he's thrown 32 pitches total and has had 1 base runner, and that was a walk that was erased on a double play. So he has settled in very effectively with 5 strikeouts on the mound for the Cardinals.
As we have talked about before, there is not a pitch to eliminate for the hitters right now. He has an excellent fastball that's keeping everybody honest. That averages right around 94.
That's hammered toward left, and And the grab made by Tommy Pham. Wynn carried that out to the warning track. Hard hit ball, but Suzuki's retired for the first out.
That was well hit. His fastball, his changeup that he struck Markakis out on in the 4th inning there to end the inning. And that curveball that he's used periodically but very effectively. But I see what they were talking about with this downhill delivery. Right over the top, and he is firing. Walker was an All-America at Texas A&M.
Molina framed that, and Walker got the call. To second, and Wong's got it. 2 outs. Dansby Swanson is the hitter.
Got away with an off-speed pitch there, a changeup, I think.
Shortstop, number 7, Dansby Swanson.
There's Dansby. A lot of hitting, some people believe, has more to do with luck than the actual results. Grant McCauley is a terrific reporter, and he had an interesting story today online about Dansby Swanson. His batting average on balls put in play is a paltry 181. First the pitch. Meaning he's hit some line drives at people. He's hit some ground balls that were hit hard right up it, but he's putting the ball in play, and when he puts the ball in play, he's hitting 181. If Dansby Swanson had a 300 batting average on balls in play, he'd be hitting 240 this year. If his batting average on balls in play was what it was last year, which was 383, his batting average would be 290. He entered today's play hitting 150. He's now at 149. Wasn't able to put it in play in his first at bat. He struck out, and he just struck out again.
And they are heating him up away.
3 up, 3 down for Michael Wacha, who struck out 6.
Top of the 6th inning, Magneuris Sierra due up second for the Cardinals. The 21-year-old is getting the start in center field. Now, just 24 hours ago, he started for their High A team. So it's time for our You Don't Know feature by AARP. Sierra is the 7th-ranked prospect, hitting .297 for them this season. But when he got to the ballpark this early, he knew he got called up, but he didn't know he would be starting. So surprise, congratulations, welcome to the show. Here's a knuckleballer.
Yeah.
I love what you said at the beginning of the game. Everybody pitches this way up here, right?
Right.
A strike to Aledmus Diaz, who's 0 for 2 today.
Horrible slump for him.
Yeah. All he's done with his red hot run for the Cardinals was raise his average from 218 to 276. And they've moved him out of the number 2 spot on the lineup card. They've dropped him down to 6th, and he has feasted since. Popped up back over the screen, and fan from Buckhead makes the catch on the Aledmys Diaz pop up. 2-2 the count. Cardinals have a lot of interchangeable parts on their 25-man roster. By that I mean players who can play multiple positions and hit in multiple places on the lineup card. That gives Mike Matheny the luxury of mixing and matching, moving guys up and down or out of the lineup depending on how they're swinging the bat. Strike 3. Diaz didn't think so. He's out on a knuckleball. First strikeout of the inning for Dickey, and his second of the game.
A lot of movement on that one. He thought it was inside. Oh, what a knuckleball. Change up. Have you ever, well, I want to watch this kid hit first, then I'll ask you a question.
Line drive. There's a base hit. First major league hit for Magneuris Sierra. What a thrill. He's playing in Palm Beach in A-ball last night. He gets to the major leagues to face R.A. Dickey, and he's got his first hit in his third major league at bat. He's got to learn the hand signals to celebrate the hit, though.
Yeah.
Got to work on that. What a thrill. And he can fly. Let's see if he's running. Almost got picked off.
That would have been great. They never would have let him hear the end of that.
Pham's got a homer and an infield hit.
Sierra joins Albert Pujols in 2001 and Miguel Mejia in 1996 as the most recent St. Louis position players to debut at age 21. No, my thought before he was hitting was about R.A. Dickey and the knuckleball, and then he threw the changeup to Diaz for the strikeout. Have you ever been to one of those batting cages where there's like 7 or 8 positions to hit? And you put in your token, and there's like a battery of pitching machines, and those things are throwing the ball all over the place.
Yeah, and at different speeds.
Yeah, you're trying to get it honed in a little bit, but they're throwing them high and low. Well, that's kind of like hitting off RA. You just never know where it's going to be.
And he doesn't know where it's going to be.
No,
that's the other part of it.
Neither does the guy that owns the batting cage.
Right. 1 ball, 1 strike. Got it. So Sierra's picked off, and that's the second out. Cardinals may challenge this call at first. Let's see. Did he get back safely?
He was leaning. Tag was on the elbow. Got him.
Are the Cardinals going to say the ball came out of the glove?
They may have a case there.
Because you got to go into the glove and get it with a bare hand for the out to be complete. But the Cardinals aren't going to challenge it. They'll be resolved with pickoff. So 1-1 for Pham. Bases empty now with 2 outs. And a roller hit toward third. Jonas charged, patty kicks and fires to first. That was in harm's way. Freeman grabs it and got the elbow out of the way. And that ends the St. Louis 6th. Pitcher spot due up for Atlanta. We'll see who's coming up in a 4-run game.
Braves baseball is brought to you by your local Toyota dealer. Let's go places. And SunTrust.
St. Louis 4, Atlanta nothing. Atlanta's coming up in the bottom of the 6th inning. Don't miss the first post-game concert at SunTrust Park Saturday, June 10th. Country musician Jake Owen performs, and for just $20, you can get a VIP field pass and enjoy the concert up close on the field. Go to Braves.com/Jake Owen today. The day is done for R.A. Dickey. He'll be taken down for a pinch hitter. Emilio Bonifacio grabs a bat. He'll start things off against Waka, who has struck out 6. First pitch caught on, popped into left center. Look at the Cardinals center fielder Sierra cover some ground. He came flying out of nowhere to take away a gapper. 1 out.
It won't be long before we see him here on a regular basis, provided they stick with their plan to just have him here as a fill-in for a couple of days. Good jump. Again, they talked about him in spring training being a guy who's major league ready defensively. He has a terrific arm. The scouting report was that he's an excellent base runner. We will have to judge on that later.
Yeah, so far that might be a little off kilter. That's a nice problem for the Cardinals to have if they've got Dexter Fowler, if they've got this kid in center. They've got Pham, they've got Grichuk, they've got Piscotty.
Yeah, they've done this damage without Piscotty and Fowler.
Looked like things were going to be in good shape for Atlanta in the first inning. They got a leadoff hit from Ender on a 95-mile-an-hour fastball. They had 2 on with 2 out. Markakis struck out, and until that single by Ender, that was the only hit Atlanta had. So he has both of them today, and he's on in front of Adonis.
That might have been a changeup. Stayed back nicely on it. Walker's last start against Milwaukee, he got a no decision. 6 innings, 7 hits, 4 runs, including a homer. But he's been getting a lot of run support too, averaging 5 a start.
4 has been enough today, including 2 home runs. A bunt, and it's a beauty. That's a baseball play from Adonis Garcia. The Braves need base runners, and they've got 2 aboard in front of Freeman.
Love it. Saw that Jerko was playing back. Again, make it a base hit or make it foul, and didn't have to be real precise with Jerko back so far.
A strikeout and a walk for Freddie. That had a bend in it. Strike 1. High fly ball hammered left center field. That ball is off the wall. 1 run scores. Adonis to third. Freeman has a double, and the Braves are on the board.
These fans in Atlanta love their Freddie Freeman, and when he takes an 0 for 10, they know it's not long before he takes care of that. Fastball smacked to left center. Just a matter of whether or not he's going to stay in the ballpark. High off the wall, and that gets the Braves on the board and 2 more in scoring position.
And it gets the Cardinal bullpen busy. The entire St. Louis infield will gather on the mound with Derek Lilliquist, the pitching coach. Great catch by Sierra for the first out of the inning, but Inciarte a solid single, Garcia a bunt hit, and now Freeman doubles off the fence in left, and the Braves are within striking distance with Matt Kemp coming up. Matt represents the tying run.
It's only the third hit this year with a runner in scoring position off of Waka. 3 for 23 now.
Ball one.
Got a little pressure on him now. Trying to make sure he doesn't make a mistake and get the Braves right back in this. And it's not as easy to cut it loose as it was an inning ago.
Matt Kemp is looking for his first RBI at SunTrust Park. This is his 7th game played. Great chance for it here with 1 out. It's 2-2. Markakis is next.
Seems like a lot today when he has been behind in the count and he had the luxury of really nobody being on base. He would go to his changeup on a 3-2 count or a 2-0 count. He's got a base open. Wouldn't surprise me if he does it again here.
Line drive, center field base hit. 1 run scores. Here comes Freddie. They're going to stop him as Sierra got to it quickly. So Kemp does pick up his first RBI in the Braves' new home. That shot up the middle cuts the Cardinal lead in half. It's 4-2.
Matt may have been thinking the same way. This was a changeup in, and he kept his hands in. And watch this ball slice off his bat. It almost went right back to Colton Wong here, but just out of his reach. And had the Braves known that Sierra was going to bobble this, I'm sure Ron Washington would have waved him, but too late to let him know.
So the Braves put together a long inning, 4 consecutive hits, and Markakis the batter. Let's see if Nick can make some contact and bring home the 3rd Braves tally. He struck out twice.
And again, the Braves doing damage in the second half of the ball game.
To first. Carpenter to second for 1. On to first. It's a double play. And the Cardinal first baseman is doing it at the plate and in the field too. Atlanta gets 2 runs, 4 hits, and we head to the 7th.
Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. And by Delta Airlines.
The Braves have cut the lead in half, 4-2, as we head to the 7th inning. The Braves diving into their bullpen. Sam Freeman on the mound. A bit of an update for you. Mauricio Cabrera has been activated off the DL, but he was optioned down to Gwinnett. I'm about to get hit with the ball. They're working on his command down there. Velocity is fine. And Chip and Joe, that's what we love to hear, because he can throw some heat.
And he can throw heat, Kelsey, but at times during this rehab, his heat was really off target, and that's really why he's going to be at Gwinnett until he throws more strikes. The Braves aren't going to bring him up here, and that makes sense.
Before he got to the big leagues, that was the only thing holding him back, but he seemed to get a command of that and pitched well for the Braves last year. This is Sam Freeman. Gave up an unearned run in his first appearance in a Braves uniform.
And a fly ball toward left. Matt Kemp makes the play. And Greg Garcia pinch hits for Waka and is out number 1 here in the 7th inning. So Waka goes 6 innings, 5 hits, 2 runs, 6 strikeouts, and a couple of walks.
And the 3rd time through the order got him.
Long 1 for 3 with a double and a run scored, and he takes high from Sam. 1-0 your count. We will join you next on Tuesday night from Houston. It'd be great to be back at Minute Maid Park. One of my favorites, the home of the Astros. We'll run into a couple of former Braves, Brian McCann and Evan Gattis. Part of a Houston squad that's off to a 20-11 start and a 4.5 game lead in the AL West. We will not run into Dallas Keuchel. That's good news. We will run into another former Brave, Charlie Morton. He's going to pitch the first game for the Astros.
He's won 3 games already.
Another 3-city trip coming up for Atlanta, and Rebecca and Nick are standing by, and they'll update us on what to expect at the end of this 7th inning. Two balls, 2 strikes. Cued towards second. And the throw at first, close spot. Wong's retired. And Freeman's gotten the first 2 Cardinal hitters, 2 up and 2 down for Grichuk. Matthew Kaminsky playing the Grinch music for Grichuk. He's terrific. 262, 3 homers, 13 RBIs for the Cardinal right fielder. That's low and away. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's popped back our way. And into the seats. Fan from Cumming, Georgia, made that catch.
They're from all over the state today.
It's incredible.
Yeah. Had some friends drive in from South Carolina, Greenville area.
Popped up. Freddie Freeman. Not a lot of foul ground here. Onto the warning track. Glasses gleaming. Reaches up and makes the play. And the Cardinals are down 1-2-3 in the top of the 7th inning. Nice work by Sam Freeman. It's the final game of the homestand. It's the final game of this series, and the Cardinals have hit 6 home runs in the first 3.5 games here at SunTrust Park. Braves have got to find a way to come back against a very stingy Cardinal bullpen. Michael Wacha started today, went 6, 2 runs, 5 hits. He struck out 6. And the Cardinal relief corps will face the bottom part of the Atlanta order: Suzuki, Peterson, and Dansby Swanson. Time to join Timothy Miller for a stirring rendition of God Bless America here in Atlanta.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Hyundai Sunday on Fox Sports South is presented by your local Hyundai dealers.
Chip and Joe with you from Atlanta and beautiful SunTrust Park. It's 4-2 St. Louis in front. As we told you, there's always something fun happening here at SunTrust Park. Join us here Friday, May 19th for the first Girls Night Out. It'll have a pregame party for you with a live band at the new Coca-Cola Roxy, and then the Braves will take on the Washington Nationals. Go to Braves.com and get your tickets and ticket information today.
New pitcher for the Cardinals is Matt Bowman, who the Cardinals got last year out of the Mets organization through the Rule 5 draft. 15 games this year. He pitched well for them last year, had a good ERA. Fastball, split, and a slider. Low 90s fastball. Braves only down a couple.
Bowman's a former Rule 5 pick. They got him from the Mets organization where he was a starter. Only went 7-16 at Las Vegas. And yes, there's an echo in the booth, and Kurt Suzuki just got hit.
That's a good start. That's
Painful
a good
one.
start.
Painful one. He was protecting his rib cage.
Yeah.
But Bowman's from Princeton. David Hale's from Princeton. Remember David?
Yes.
Chris Young is from Princeton.
Scott Bradley, the coach at Princeton, does a great job of developing pitchers.
Will Venable, another Princeton alum, to make the big leagues. Perhaps the most famous is one that a lot of fans might not have heard of. A man by the name of Mo Berg. Played for 5 major league teams in the 20s and 30s and was a spy for the American OSS before and during World War II. But as Paul Harvey would say, that's only part of the story. First the pitch for Jace Peterson. Mo Berg went on a tour of Japan with major league players and took a whole lot of photographs of his visit in the 1930s. Those photographs were later used by James Doolittle in his famous raid off the Carrier Hornets in 1942, I believe it was. Ground ball hit slowly towards second, might be 2. There's 1. There is 2. It's a double play. Atlanta's hitting 3 of those today. So after the hit batsman, a 4-6-3 double play brings up Dansby Swanson.
I thought from that distance when Wong made the backhand toss, maybe it didn't have enough steam on it to enable Diaz to turn the double play, but he's got a good arm, shortstop. This is a long backhanded toss.
And the Braves at this point in the game, down 2 runs, have nothing to lose. They might as well challenge the call, and apparently they're going to do just that. One more note on Mo Berg. There's a great book about his life, his career, and his work in the American Intelligence Services called The Catcher Was a Spy. Highly recommended. No question about the out at second.
Awfully close at first. Carpenter wasn't sure. But this replay right here, I think, will show that Chase was out. Maybe not. Maybe not. That was pretty definitive right there.
There's very precise terminology that Major League Baseball uses with regards to those bang bang plays at first. The ball has to be in the pocket of the glove.
Yeah, I read that terminology one night. And if you missed it, I'm sorry.
Pretty. Here's another look.
Out there. Some would say the neighborhood play, but that was pretty good. But right here, safer out. Foot down.
Yep. He's safe. It is overturned.
Now batting shortstop, number 7, Dansby Swanson.
So that backhanded toss did slow things down just enough.
And again, Atlanta brings the tying run to the plate. Dansby Swanson, the batter. He's happy to see Walker depart. Dansby is 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts.
I mentioned something to you earlier today about the Braves being a good late inning hitting ball club. Take a look at this. Chris came up with this for us. Innings 1 through 3, 4 through 6, and the late inning, 7th inning on, 283 with 13 homers. Sometimes that's been out of necessity.
Runner goes. Molina's throw to second is going to trickle into center field. And Atlanta's going to have Jace Peterson at third base with 1 out. Braves are making Molina try to make a play. He couldn't. His throw low. It'll be a steal and an error.
Good crossover step and explosion by Jace. Good pop-up slide to take it right on over to third base. But the point being, this team has been very clutch late in ball games, and a lot of times they've had to be because they've been trailing so often.
And you don't see numbers like that, I wouldn't think, around baseball when you think about the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning guys they've been facing.
Right. That's a good point.
There's a base hit for Swanson. We got a 1-run game. Boy, that's going to make him feel good. Seventh RBI for Dansby. And the Braves cash in a hit batsman, a steal, an error, and a single to make it a 4-3 game.
So the appeal on the replay turns out huge. Stolen base and an error, and a clutch hit here by Dansby. He needed that. He was 1 for his last 12, had fanned twice today, and a clutch hit.
Well, here's a guy I know you like an awful lot, Lane Adams.
I do.
He's going to pinch hit for Sam Freeman, who worked a scoreless top of the inning.
He's big and strong. He can hit the ball out of the ballpark, and he can run. Does he strike out a lot? Yep, he does. But coming off the bench, you want a guy going up there hacking. Should have been credited with another hit last night and wasn't. They charged Garcia with an error on what should have been an infield hit.
No balls and a strike. The Braves have scored the last 3 runs in the game. It's a 4-3 score. And fouled back. It's 0-2. That's hit to third. Jerko's got it. Second one. First. That one in time. There will not be a challenge. Atlanta scores their 3rd run. An RBI hit for Dansby Swanson. 4-3. Let's check in with Rebecca, who will preview the upcoming road trip for the Braves. Rebecca?
All right, thank you very much, Chip. Our big story this afternoon, the Braves' upcoming road trip. Pack accordingly. It's a 3-city, 8-game roadie that begins in Houston on Tuesday for a quick 2-game series. The Astros have been excellent so far, 20-11 this season, best in the AL West. And then it is off to Miami for a 3-game weekend set where the Braves do tend to play well, so we'll take that. From there, they head north of the border to Toronto for a home-and-home series. 2 games in Toronto before finally returning back to SunTrust Park to host the Blue Jays for another 2 games. And there you have it. There's the upcoming road trip. Well, we'll see what they can do on that. We want to welcome you back into our set here at Battery Atlanta. I'm Rebecca Capel alongside Nick Green. It seems like the Braves have been on the road for most of this season. This road trip is interesting. They're going to have to use a DH in a couple of those cities. How will that work out for the Braves? What can we expect?
Well, I think it might be a good thing for the Braves. It's going to give an opportunity to rest certain guys. We don't know who's going to DH. We don't have a specific DH. You might see Kemp. You might see Markakis. You might see Freeman. Any of these guys could DH, but it's a great time to get them out of the lineup on defense, keep their bat in, possibly play Jace Peters in 4 of those games as well.
All right, let's bring back in Chip and Joe, and it's back on the road for you guys too.
Yeah, we're way too familiar with the suitcase, and the travels aren't done for the Braves. First 4 road trips are 3-city excursions for Atlanta, Houston, Miami, Toronto. Not going to be easy.
No, Houston, not only are they playing well overall, but their home record is 12-6 at Minute Maid Park. Miami has a losing record at home. That's a good sign. And so does Toronto. Toronto's off to a horrible start, and one that was a bit surprising to people who thought they would contend for the American League East, but they are not playing good baseball. They've had some injuries. So maybe the Braves can make some ground up in both Miami and Toronto, teams that aren't not playing well.
Well, no better way to start a road trip than with a final homestand game win. Braves are on the cusp of doing that. They were down 4-0, looking like it was going to be Michael Wacha's day and Matt Carpenter's day too, but 3 unanswered runs makes it a 4-3 score. But Matt Carpenter leading things off. He's our Yellowwood bringing the lumber feature. He's had a great series.
He has indeed. Over the center field wall. Into the chop house. Yellowwood bringing the lumber again today. Got a change up there and hit it into the home run porch.
Only 3 Cardinals have ever homered in 3 straight games in an Atlanta ballpark. Albert Pujols at Turner Field, George Hendricks at Atlanta Fulton County Stadium, Matt Carpenter in his first 3 games here at SunTrust Park. So to the 8th we go. It's a 4-3 score. Arodys Vizcaino the pitcher. And Carpenter takes the ball outside. No more runs. No add-on runs needed for the Redbirds.
Another good inning for Sam Freeman. 3 up and 3 down.
Ball 2.
Suzuki liked that one. He held that one there for a while for Adam Calamari.
Stroke toward right. Markakis coming in. Diving try. And another great catch.
That's 2 today, and that's about a half dozen on the homestand.
I would imagine, Joe, the way the ball's flying here, it's got to be very difficult still for Nick Markakis and the rest of the outfielders too to know exactly where to play, because I would think your first instinct is everything's going to be over your head.
Agreed. And your first move sometimes on some balls off the bat might be to do a drop step. Another good jump though for Nick there. Looked like he kind of stuck when he hit. Hope he didn't hurt his back at all. You know, these guys have been sliding on this grass because it's been kind of wet and slippery. That one looked like he kind of planted.
The Greek judge gave Nick a perfect 10 on that grab, as Jed Jerko is behind 0-2. Braves will have the top of the order coming up in the 8th inning. A little momentum swinging toward the Braves dugout. See if Vizcaino can keep it there with a perfect frame of his own. Yeah, he can. Jerko out on 3 pitches. 2 outs.
Throws him with that slider. Started it in, more or less at him. He gave up on it. You tend to do that when a guy's throwing 97 and you're afraid that that might be a fastball about to hit you in the belt buckle.
Strike 1 for the Cardinal catcher, Yadier Molina. Nick made a diving catch to retire him last time up. And look at him bailing out on that delivery. 0-2.
That's 3 straight pitches in the same spot.
Swing and a miss. How about that inning from Arodys Vizcaino? 6 innings of 1 unearned run ball by the Braves bullpen the last 2 days. That's good news. Top of the order coming up in a 1-run game.
Ball is brought to you by Sherwin-Williams.
It's 4-3, St. Louis. Top of the order coming up for the Braves, and they will face Brett Cecil, who signed with the Cardinals as a free agent. He got a 3-year deal. Might take that back, a 4-year deal.
4-year. Low 90s, former Blue Jay. Fastball, curveball, changeup.
A bunt. It's a beauty. Cecil with a glove flip, though, recovered to get him. How in the world did he ever get there? Wow.
That just needed a few more inches to the right or a little harder towards second. Great idea. That close to a base hit. Great play by Cecil to recover after following through to the third base side.
So Adonis Garcia bats. Garcia had a bunt single. That led to the Braves' second run. He came home on a Matt Kemp single in the 6th inning. Freeman to follow the pitch. Cecil for many years was a Toronto Blue Jays pitcher. In fact, he was a starter in 2010. He won 15 games for them. He last started for them in 2012 and then was converted to relief. 54 games last year, 63 games in 2015, 66 games in 2014. And a swing and a miss. That gets Garcia for the second out.
A couple of good off-speed pitches there to get him. Breaking ball.
Guy like Cecil is extremely important in the National League Central when you think of all the powerful left-handed hitters they've got. Joey Votto and Rizzo and Schwarber for the Cubs. All those guys in Milwaukee that we saw. Eric Thames, for example. Outside to Freeman, ball one.
We're in a one-run ball game in the 8th inning. Freddie Freeman of the Braves.
Exactly right. Freddie an RBI double last time up. He struck out and walked in his other 2 times up. And he took a shot at left field and sprays it into the seats. That'll ricochet around. And a fan from McDonough, Georgia, came up with that foul ball.
He deserved it after all the traffic mess they had down there.
Great reactions for the fans of McDonough. You know, the cars jumping into your lane all the time down there. Fly ball, pretty well hit. Did he get enough? To the track, to the wall. He did! You can only keep a good hitter down for so long. 2 RBIs for Freeman in as many at bats, and another 8th inning homer to rescue the Braves, who've now tied it up at 4.
There's that breaking ball, this time not as well located. It stayed up. He stayed on it. That short, strong stroke into the left field seats.
Four unanswered runs for the Braves, tied up at 4, and Matt Kemp is the hitter.
Their outfielders had backed up very deep for Freddie. They're doing the same thing for Kemp with the game tied, but they were trying to prevent anything from being hit over their head. Nothing they could do about it when it's hitting the seats.
That one's ripped to right. Kemp has 2 hits in his last 2 times up, and here's a man that could use a redeemer. Nick Markakis has had a frustrating day at the plate. 2 strikeouts and a double play. Nick has killed left-handed pitching this year, hitting .316 against them.
I'm sure he saw Cecil a lot over in the American League East.
Wind has picked up, blowing from right to left. See if Nick can hit one high and chase home Kemp. And once again, Joe, your point about the Braves' action in the late innings has proven true again today.
They don't go away. And as Brian Snitker has said over and over, they don't quit. But you got to give them a fighting chance.
So Waka can't win it. Dickey can't lose it. It's a battle of the bullpens. And Markakis, an even count, a .393 lifetime hitter against Cecil. He's faced him 28 times. And he has 11 hits.
It's on the fastball, a little late, but on it. How many times have we seen that guy do what he just did? Either give the team the lead late or tie it up.
Short lead at first for Kemp. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Cardinals are kind of pawing and scratching around on the infield, wondering what in the world happened to their 4-run lead. Atlanta got 2 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 1 so far in the 8th. Then they're not done. And a swing and a miss. Freddie Freeman with 2 outs in the 8th inning hits an opposite field home run off Brett Cecil, and the Braves have come back to tie it up. Atlanta tied at 4. Defense has had a hand in that. That's our SunTrust confidence play of the game.
All up and down this homestand. All parts of the field. Infield, outfield. Great play by Brandon. Today, R.A. Dickey with a tremendous play right at the start of the ball game. All around good defense. The Braves have been doing that with good effect since the beginning of the season.
So after Arodys Vizcaino worked a perfect 8th, Jim Johnson is on for the 9th. He's got Diaz, Sierra, and Pham coming up for the Cardinals. Four runs, 8 hits for both squads. The Cardinals, the only error was a throwing error by Yadier Molina. That led to the Braves' 3rd run. As we move down toward the bottom of the Cardinal lineup card, remember Dexter Fowler is on their bench. Matt Adams is on their bench. Line drive, bullet down the left field line, but it's pulled foul. Diaz missed a homer by a couple of feet.
That was scalded. Whew.
He has squared up just about everything he's been thrown in this series. But no harm on the foul. 2 balls, 2 strikes. A shot to right. And that'll carry out to Nick for the first out.
Talk about frustrating for a hitter. 2 scalded dogs, and then he has nothing to show for it.
Magneuris Sierra, his first major league hit in the 6th inning. And he takes a ball. And if you missed the story, he was brought up from Class A ball this morning. He was the last man on their 40-man roster who played the outfield not to be in the major leagues. And when Jose Martinez pulled a groin last night, they were short in the outfield. So Sierra, after an impressive spring, made an impression, got the call, and for at least today, he's a major leaguer with the St. Louis Cardinals. To second. 2 out. And here's the man Jim Johnson wants to get. Don't want to face Adams, who's on deck with a man aboard. Pham has a homer, an infield hit, and a ground out to 3rd.
Interesting to see who Mike Matheny goes to in their bullpen unless Cecil goes back out there. I haven't seen anybody warming up. Oh, no, there is. At home, you can use your closer in a tie game in the 9th inning, as the Braves are doing here. Not necessarily the case on the road.
They have the luxury of 2 guys that can close, though, in Rosenthal and O.
It's true.
Both of whom pitched great last night.
They're both up.
And Johnson walks Tommy Pham, and he will face Adams with a man aboard. Adams almost hit one through the brick walls of the chop house last night.
Got to keep an eye on Pham too. He can run.
Upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes for Adams. First final in our league is in. The Marlins shut out the Mets 7-0. Jose Urena got the victory for the Fish. Adams didn't get it. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Leaving Pham at first base opens up a hole for Adams. Braves are playing a little bit of a shift on him. Chase Peterson trying to plug up that hole.
Good time for a breaking ball. Adams couldn't track that well. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That was a beauty.
Runner goes, and Adams bounces it foul.
The thing about running here, the risk you take is if, for example, the Braves were to pitch out and throw Pham out, then you get, what do you do with Adams? He was pinch hitting. You either lose him or have to plug him in somewhere in a double switch so that he's leading off the next inning if there's a next inning.
1-2, runner not going, and Adams strikes out. Jim Johnson issues a walk, but then strikes out Adams.
How about the bullpen?
Pitching great. 1 unearned run the last 2 games, and the Braves will try to win it in the 9th next.
Braves, knock on wood. We're going to have reaction from manager Brian Snitker. We'll preview the upcoming road trip, and of course more heroics from Freddie Freeman.
2 for 3 today with a couple RBIs. The offense didn't start hitting until the 6th inning. They scored 3 runs over the last 3, so hopefully they can continue that and get a win today.
Absolutely. Join us after the game on Braves Live. Well, guys, we'll send it back to you.
Sounds like a plan. Let's win this thing in regulation. Braves are coming up against Trevor Rosenthal, Suzuki, Peterson, and Swanson, the first of what we hope will be a lot of Braves hitters against this Cardinal reliever. Rosenthal gave up a hit in the 8th inning. last night and hit 100 miles an hour on his fastball. That one in at 97 on a corner. Strike one.
We were trying to figure out last night why he got drafted so late with an arm like this, and Chris Capo did some research and found out that he played shortstop in junior college until a St. Louis scout saw him pitching in a summer league tournament and was airing it out. They saw him pitch 4 2/3 innings, liked his arm, and took a chance on him. I say that was a pretty good chance.
Sounds familiar. Remember a young man named Anderson Simmons?
Yeah.
Two strikes for Suzuki as we start the home ninth. That'll ricochet into the lower bowl. And a fan from Heihira comes up with that souvenir. Good fielding fans in Heihira.
I know they are. Drew family from down that area.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Swing and a shot down the left field line, and that's out of play.
It's just a 99-mile-an-hour fastball that he turned on.
Bobby Cox always has said, you've said too, you see enough of them, you're going to figure out when to start the swing.
Yep. Bobby's line was always that big league hitters can time a jet. Give them enough looks.
Off speed pitch, and Suzuki is struck out. Excellent execution by Rosenthal, 1 away.
Quite effective after 99.
Jace Peterson got the start at second base for the Braves today. He reached on a fielder's choice. That's a big play in this game. I'll explain after the first from Rosenthal. Cardinals thought they had turned a double play, but after the Braves challenged the out call at first base, the call was overturned. Peterson stole second, took third on a low throw, and then scored on Dansby Swanson's hit. Without that run, Freddie Freeman's homer would have only been the 3rd Atlanta run in the game.
Great manufacturing there. Whew. I'm saying some Petro to Peterson.
99 for strikeout number 2.
All 3 were fastballs, nothing below 98.
RBI hit for Swanson in the 7th. Ground ball toward short. Diaz backhands, throws to first, and in time to retire the side. Rosenthal 3 up, 3 down. We've got free baseball in Atlanta. We're tied at 4. We go to the 10th. Here at SunTrust Park. Join us at SunTrust Park Friday, June 9th. It's Bartolo Colon Bobblehead Night, brought to you by Coca-Cola. The first 20,000 fans will take away a bobblehead of Big Sexy himself. Visit Braves.com/tickets and get your seats today.
Ian Crow was one of the guys that had a good inning last night in this good stretch of work from the bullpen. He worked an inning, gave up 2 hits, but no runs or walks, struck out a batter. Trying to whittle on that ERA.
Both the Braves and Cardinals are 1-2 in extra inning games so far this year. And one more note on Bartolo Colon. 1 year ago today, he hit his home run off James Shields.
Well, we've still got him in reserve if we need him. Pinch hit.
You never know. So the top of the order for St. Louis, it's Wong, Grichuk, and Carpenter. Popped up. Ender comes in. His sunglasses are gleaming in the bright sunshine. He makes the play. There's the first out.
And a good out for Ian, who's had trouble with that first batter.
Well, the pitching, as you have said, especially in relief, has been excellent. It was great last night. So far, only 1 walk over 3 1/3 innings by the relief corps today. 2 doubles, an RBI, and a run for Randall Grichuk. And the Cardinal outfielder takes low.
This guy scares me a little bit because he's so good, as we've shown you, on anything middle in and turning on the ball, trying to keep it away from him.
He went. He tried to get out of the way. So there's a break. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
We say oftentimes about a foul ball, the hitter hit it before it could hit him. It's kind of what happened there.
Washington's game with the Phillies is still tight. It's 3-2 Nationals in the 5th. Here it's 4-4 in the 10th. Braves have scored the last 4 runs. Popped up again. Freeman, Peterson give chase. Foul ground. Jace says he's got it, and in fair territory, he makes the tough catch. And 2 pop-ups for the Cardinals, and Matt Carpenter's coming up.
Jace is such a good athlete. No matter where you put him on the field, covers a lot of ground.
Another guy that scares you, Matt Carpenter. A first inning homer for the St. Louis first baseman. That's 3 out of 16 against left-handed pitching. That's a 188 average. One of those hits, though, was a homer. Kroll's got a good fastball today.
He's locating it much better.
Nothing in 2. Fly ball hammered center. Inciarte on the run to the track. He's got a stick to play with, and he hauls it in. Carpenter crushed that ball, and a terrific running catch by Inciarte at the fence sends it to the home 10. The Cardinals won the first 3 innings, but the Braves have won the last 4. Great comeback from a 4-0 hole. We're tied in the 10th.
And they did it different ways. Of course, the long ball by Freddie Freeman was huge to tie it up. But you saw Jace Peterson on base being aggressive, stealing a bag, forcing an error, moving to third, and then Chase coming through with a clutch hit. Again, a lot of different guys contributing. Cardinals have certainly had their share of offensive heroes, but as you said, they were all early.
So Jonathan Broxton's going to come on and pitch for St. Louis. Brandon Phillips will pinch hit.
Pitched here a couple of nights ago and gave up a couple of hits. Was in some trouble, but able to get out of it.
Phillips takes a strike. It's 0-1. Brandon's 5 for 15 in his career against Mr. Broxton. And 0-2.
Well, the big 280-pounder can throw hard. He was always up around 100 miles an hour when he first broke in. Then some elbow troubles took some of the steam out, but he's still mid-90s with a slider and an occasional split finger pitch.
Up the middle and off the glove of Long. He can't make the play, and after it ricochets out of his mitt, he does a somersault in center field. And Brandon Phillips is aboard with a 10th inning hit.
Supposed to be a slider down and away, but it had too much of the plate. Brandon able to cover it. Long not able to catch it. Waffled his glove, in fact.
Winning run aboard for Ender Inciarte, who's got 2 hits and a run. The Cardinals think he might try to bunt. He did that in the 8th inning, and Cecil made a spectacular play to get him at first base. He is bunting, and it's a beauty. Carpenter flips to first, and in time. Boy, no panic from Matt Carpenter on that play. It looked like it was a sure hit, but he came in, stuck his nose in there, and got his man at first base.
Those are 2 straight bunts for Ender that have resulted in just bang plays at first base. That was a great recovery by Carpenter when Broxton broke to the third base side. Got him. Heck of a play.
A hit could win the game. Let's see if Garcia can provide it. He singled in the 6th. That single was a bunt. Strike called.
So you don't think they'll walk him to pitch to Freddie?
Probably not.
Okay.
Phillips trying to stretch out at second base as he measures off the lead. 0-1 the count. A perfect pitch.
Molina has mostly stuck with fastballs from Rosenthal and Broxton, except for the slider that Phillips hit. I'm guessing that Adonis was guessing that he was going to get a breaking ball and didn't on the first two.
He had that one covered. Still 0-2. Pham, Sierra, and Grichuk are the Cardinal outfielders if Garcia gets a hit. Remember, Brandon Phillips still with that groin issue is the runner at second base, and he just came off the bench to pinch hit. 0-2, and he somehow covered that pitch. Whew.
Just got a piece. It's all he needed to stay alive. 97, maybe a little off the plate, too close to take. Well, that might have been called strike 3.
Another 0-2 count. Look at where Molina sets up. Way outside. And now it's 1-2.
Yeah, trying to just take him a little bit farther and farther off the plate, but no offer. Good arms in the outfield all around. Playing normal depth. They are pitching him away and trying not to make a mistake inside, and yet Carpenter is halfway between first and second. I don't know if he could get to first on a ground ball to anybody in time.
Adonis now a 2-2 count. Bounding ball toward short. Diaz has it. The throw to first is in time. And now it's a runner at third for Freddie Freeman, who I'm almost certain they're going to walk. Yep, they'll intentionally walk him. And now Matt Kemp is going to be the hitter.
Well, more pressure on the defense. That ground ball may not have looked like much, but now any kind of little boot by the infield, and the Braves win the game. Wild pitch, pass ball, pressure on Molina. They most certainly don't want to make a mistake with a fastball to Matt Kemp, so that slider comes into play in the dirt.
Well, that's another point about the intentional walk too. you still have to, in the old days, execute 4 pitches out of the zone that have to be caught by the catcher. Who knows if Broxton would have sprayed one with a runner at third base. So that helps out the relievers, at least for the moment. Freeman's run means nothing. That's the winning run. And Matt Kemp is going to come up and be the hitter. First and third, 2 outs. And Matt's had another good day at the plate. Hits in his last 2 trips. Crowd standing at SunTrust Park. What a ball game between the Braves and Cardinals to this point. That one got a big piece of Molina behind the plate. Strike 1. Jerko and Broxton very slowly walking around the infield to give Molina an extra few moments to get the feeling back in his shoulder.
And again, their infield alignment very unusual, with Carpenter so far off the line. I mean, they're giving Freddie Freeman second base if he wants it.
No balls at a strike. Phillips at third, Freeman at first. 0-2. Well, will Broxton throw a slider here? Will it get away from Molina? Will he hang it? Let's find out. He struck him out on 3 pitches. The last one at 96 miles an hour, and it might have been chin high. The Cardinals dodge a bullet in the 10th. We go to the 11th, still tied up. The latest Braves reliever to work this afternoon, and the relief course so far has been excellent. 4 innings of hitless relief, only 1 walk. See if Ramirez can keep up what's been a terrific first 14 appearances this year.
Well, he was victimized by a throwing error last night that allowed an unearned run to score, but he looked outstanding. He struck out 2 in his 1 inning of work.
So in the Cardinal 11th, Jerko, Molina, and Diaz are coming up. That one up and in.
A little high and tight.
One ball, two strikes. As the game moves along, you'll start to see the shadows from the roof in right field creep toward the field of play. Strike of the outside corner. Jerko's frozen. That first one up and in may have had its intended effect. Jerko couldn't pull the trigger.
Yeah, this was a slider. Didn't break that much, but it was in a great spot. Two good sliders to strike him out.
See if the pattern holds. That one up and in for Molina. Cardinal catcher 0 for 3 today. And he had that one covered. Braves bullpen, which had been much maligned on this homestand, has done excellent work the last 2 games. In fact, today, perhaps their best run in a long time. They set down 13 of 14 Cardinal hitters. And it's strike after strike from Ramirez. Quite a turnaround, wouldn't you say?
I would. Four innings last night without an earned run.
That's out of play, foul by Molina. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Cardinal catcher's hanging tough. Full count. Lights have come on to try to help cut down on the shadows. And Molina ready for a 3-2. He was late. Back-to-back strikeouts.
Tell you, this bullpen is pumped up the way they're firing today. This pitch at 98 from Jose. Right on by.
Two up, 2 down. Diaz the batter. He's 0 for 4. And when you're around the plate, you might get a marginal call or 2. That one at the knees called a strike. A bunt right back to the mound, and that retires the side. 3 up, 3 down for the Cardinals in the 11th. Nick Markakis will lead off for the Braves. Kurt Suzuki and Jace Peterson to follow. What a game. inning. That's our great Xfinity cam. And we'll pull back from the field of play this time and give you a gorgeous panoramic view of SunTrust Park, where a sellout crowd of 40,200 was announced earlier. And they've been treated to a terrific Sunday afternoon between the Braves and the Cardinals. 4-4 is your score. St. Louis goes ever deeper into their bullpen. Sun Wong Oh is their closer, and he's on for the 14th time.
Yeah, unusual to see a closer in a situation like this where it's a tie game. He pitched last night and picked up. Was it a save situation? It was. That's right. He got his 7th save, worked an inning. No strikeouts, 2 fly ball outs and a ground out. Fastball slider split.
Well, let's see if he'll hang one of those splits and Nick Markakis can celebrate with a walk-off homer. Wouldn't that be nice?
Like it.
Well, line drive single's not a bad way to start the inning. Braves have out-hit the Cardinals now. And the winning run's aboard with nobody out, just like it was last inning.
Fastball, inner third. Good stroke.
Kurt Suzuki's the batter. Braves have already used Brandon Phillips as a pinch hitter. So as we get down toward the pitcher spot, a few options still left for Brian Snitker. Lane Adams also has been used.
And Bonifacio.
And Bonifacio. So Tyler Flowers, I think, is the last man standing down there, or squatting, depending on how the Braves catcher's doing. Markakis at first, nobody out. And a bunt. Another good one. Carpenter will make the flip. The Braves have been getting the bunts down today. That one's a beauty. Another sacrifice. Markakis in scoring position. 1 out. Peterson and Swanson coming up.
Executing. Doing the fundamentals. In this case, give the bottom of the order a chance to drive in the winner. Jace did not face him last night.
And Cardinals want to talk things over with Derek Lilliquist is the pitching coach. The gentleman in the gray shirt is the Cardinals interpreter. And under the Major League Baseball rules, with the influx of players from overseas, you're allowed to bring the interpreter to the mound with you, so there's no mistaking whatsoever what's on the mind of Cardinals staff. Interesting part is, who's interpreting for Molina?
Well, what was curious to me, and at first I thought it was the trainer going out with him, and I was wondering why the umpire hadn't gone out to supervise that. So thanks for clearing that up.
Yeah, Chris made a good point. The interpreter was covering his mouth. I don't know how many people are going to be able to lip read the Korean. So the message was walk Peterson intentionally, set up a double play chance, and a chance for Dansby Swanson to record his second walk-off hit here at SunTrust Park.
Now the other one was against the Padres. Line drive to left. Hugs all around. Struck out his first 2 times up today, but has hit the ball sharply his last 2, including a base hit.
And that hit brought home the 3rd Atlanta run in the 7th inning. See if he can get a good one to hit and find a hole. Tyler Flowers is on deck. He would hit for Ramirez.
That might have been the one right there. Not exactly a hanging slider, but one that was on the inner half, a little bit like what Vizcaíno was throwing a couple innings ago.
Now Dansby's got a fight on his hands. 0-2. And he rips that one to the right side, out of play. The shadows lengthening and making their way toward the plate. They're not there yet, but in 15 minutes or so, that's going to be tough. Pitch. Struck him out looking. 2 outs.
That was a slider, but it didn't do anything, and got a high call. Man, oh man, he got a high call.
So it will be Tyler Flowers. Flowers part of the Braves catching core that's done such a good job at the plate. Let's see if Tyler can end it with a hit. Strike one. They've come up big in big spots.
I like him in this spot. I like him here because of how he will hit the ball back through the middle. He's getting away with some high sliders.
Yes, he is. The old are so bad they're good. So Swanson and Flowers were quickly 0-2. Dansby struck out. Let's see what Tyler can do. 2 on, 2 out. The 1-2 pitch now. Nope. He wanted it. Not going to get them all. 2-2.
No, wasn't even close.
Markakis, the winning run at second. Now the 2-2 pitch for Tyler Flowers. And checks his footing. Awkward landing, and now it's a full count.
Runners going, more pressure on the defense. Any bobbles, game is over.
Again, the sellout crowd at SunTrust stands as one. Here it is.
I don't ever recall seeing a first baseman play that far away from the first base bag in situations like this, like the last couple of innings.
I mean, if you could make your wish list come true, you just have Tyler almost check his swing and shoot one right down that first base line.
Well, remember the bases clearing double he hit? Was that against the Mets?
I think you're right.
That went down the right field line.
Another 3-2 pitch. He lost him, and Ender Inciarte is coming up with the bases loaded. And if anybody deserves some good fortune, it's Ender Inciarte, who's been robbed of 2 bunt attempts in his last 2 times up.
Great at bat by Tyler after falling behind 0-2.
So no place to put him. And now Carpenter will move. He's right in on the grass, even with the bag at first base. Jerko in at third as well. The pitch stayed high, ball one.
Well, they have to respect the bunting ability of Ender in this situation. That's why they've got to come in.
Nowhere near, ball two. And now Molina wants to talk it over. No interpreter this time. So my guess is O understands enough to get the message from Molina.
Well, all the infielders came in too. Carpenter had his hand on his shoulder too, and you'd get the impression that they were trying to say, let us help you. You know, you got to throw a strike and let us help you. Trust your infielders.
Ender way ahead in the count. 2 balls, no strikes. Bases loaded in the 11th. And that'll scatter the Braves coaching staff on the top step of the dugout. 2-1. Good cut.
Right on it. Good comeback by O to get the count even.
So he's got a couple of pitches to play with. Actually, he's got one to play with.
Yeah.
And he's got that assortment of off-speed stuff. Slider, split. He's got a good fastball. Let's see what Molina wants.
Fastball has been his best pitch.
Ground ball. That's a fair ball. Carpenter will flip and in time at first. The Braves are going to challenge this one. And the outcome of the game depends on this review at first base. Carpenter with the flip to O at the bag. He and Ender got there.
Oh! Oh my!
He was called out. Is there enough evidence to change it?
Oh my!
So you want to review something? Safe or out? We've looked at it twice and still don't know. This is as close as they get.
I mean, when I first started playing baseball, it was always the tie goes to the runner. My goodness.
O and Molina just glove tapped on the third base line. They think Inciarte's out. That was the call, and what hurts the Braves' cause is there has to be enough evidence to change the initial call. And the initial call will not be changed. He is out. The call stands, and the Cardinals survive. The bases loaded in the bottom of the 11th inning. Ender has been robbed 3 times in as many at bats, and we head to the 12th, still tied. Carpenter defensively in his last 3 at bats. The Cardinal first baseman snuffed out 2 bunts, and on a bang play at first, he got 0 to the bag, an eyelash ahead of Ender, and the Braves are out of luck after loading the bases in the 11th. And so Eric O'Flaherty's on for the 12th. We're still tied 4 apiece.
Eric had one of his most efficient innings of the year last night, a 1-2-3 inning with a strikeout.
Now Sierra bunts, and he's thrown out. That's his game.
Well, that's Kurt Suzuki's game too.
Yeah.
That was a terrific move from behind the plate by Kurt, who turned himself into an infielder, having to quickly get to this ball, barehand it, and throw it with a fast runner. Kurt's had a good game today.
Cardinals are running out of extra players. By my count, they've got Dexter Fowler and Eric Fryer left. And the pitcher spot is due next after Tommy Pham hits. And it is Dexter Fowler who's on deck. Two hits for Pham today, including a 3rd inning homer. Line just out of reach of Jace Peterson, and Pham has a 3-hit day. And here is Atlanta's own Dexter Fowler. Cardinals got a big scare in their last game at home against Milwaukee. He and Piscotty both got hurt. Fowler's issue was a shoulder, and he was very late arriving to Atlanta. Got to the ballpark on Friday about an hour and a half before the game, and the Cardinals were waiting to see if they had to disable him. So far the answer to that's no, and here he is pinch hitting in the 12th.
Switch hitter. It's his right shoulder that was injured in a diving attempt for a fly ball. His first at bat since then. They were relieved when the examination didn't show much damage.
Straightaway center. That ball is caught by Ender. Fowler hit it on the button, but he's the second out. Looked like Enders thought that ball was playing some tricks as it made its way to the outfield. So here's Wong. A 3rd inning double and run for the Cardinals second baseman. In the 12th, Garcia, Freeman, and Kemper coming up. Right guys at the right time for Atlanta.
Pham had 6 stolen bases at Memphis. Lefty on the mound, who sometimes Eric can be a little deliberate to the plate. If he guesses right, Pham could go, put himself in scoring position.
He's going. Pitch a strike. Suzuki's throw late. And he called it, Joe. He got an excellent jump. And now the Cardinals have the go-ahead run in scoring position with 2 outs.
After a couple of tosses over, he went on his first move and got a heck of a jump. No chance for Kurt.
That was the old lefties don't like to throw to first base 3 times thing, maybe?
Could be.
And now a new set of signs is coming for Eric with a runner at second base. Another SunTrust Park first today. This is the first extra inning game for the Braves here. And it's been a doozy. St. Louis led 4-0. Braves scored 2 in the 6th, 1 each in the 7th and 8th to tie it at 4 apiece. And a swing and a miss takes care of Wong. And O'Flaherty works around the 1-out hit. Heart of the order up for Atlanta. Adonis Garcia, Freddie Freeman, and Matt Kemp. The big boppers are coming up. They'll try to win it when we come back. Another Cardinal reliever. It's Sam Tuivailala, pride of San Mateo, California. He's 24 and another big arm in this Cardinal bullpen.
He's a converted position player. Cardinals are pretty good at that. They got somebody that's got a good arm, a big arm, and can't hit. They make pitchers out of them, just as they did with Jason Mott, who's now in the Braves bullpen. Tuivailala, though, the question for him is secondary pitches. Good fastball, throws hard, but can he get the secondary pitches over? And we'll find out soon enough. But his fastball, 95 to 98, slider, and a pretty good curve. We'll see.
And you're right, he was converted from shortstop to pitcher in 2012 in Johnson City, which I think is where Jason Mott got converted from catcher to pitcher in the Cardinal organization. So we'll see how it works out. Adonis Garcia leads off. And now the shadows have crossed home plate. Is that an issue for the hitters?
It is, but it'll be worse as it gets closer to the mound, where the entire flight of the baseball is in the shadow.
There's a base hit the other way for Adonis. Well, this will be interesting because the last 2 innings the Braves have had the leadoff man on. They've sacrificed. They've given up an out for a chance to get a run scoring hit. They ain't going to sacrifice to Freddie Freeman.
Ain't no button going on now, buddy. Nice job by Adonis again. 2 hits for him on the day and a stolen base. Outfield deep, trying to prevent an extra base hit.
Headed foul left side. Strike 1 for Freeman.
If you're Adonis, you've got to be aware of the outfield and how deep they are in case Freddie hits one off the end of the bat or a broken bat flare, but you don't hesitate going from first to third.
Pulled toward Carpenter. It's off his glove. He recovers, has no play, and everybody's safe. Don't know if the shadows got him there. But all's well that ends well for Atlanta. 2 on, nobody out.
That'll be an E3 and a good call. He may have been playing it off to the backhand chip just to get ready to get in a throwing position here to try to cut down that lead runner.
And just off the edge of the glove. So Matt Kemp will be the hitter. Braves have had base runners all over the place in the 10th, the 11th, and now the 12th. Strike one.
Hero's going to be this inning. Who's it going to be?
No balls in a strike. Way outside. Well, maybe it's Matt Kemp. Matt in the 6th inning had his first RBI in SunTrust Park. He now has 17 for the year. RBI number 2 in the park would end the game. Up the middle. Second base 1, first base 2. It's a double play. And Garcia's at third with 2 outs.
The way the pitcher flinched from where we're sitting, I thought he gloved it, kind of softened it, but maybe not. Breaking ball. I don't know. If it did hit his glove, it didn't do anything to hurt their efforts to get 2.
Markakis will be walked intentionally. Suzuki will come up. Yeah, his reaction led me to believe that ball was hit harder than it was.
Right.
Had kind of a hump in it, and the Cardinals were able to get the double play. So Suzuki, with Garcia at third base, bats with 2 outs.
I'd see him just give Kurt a steady diet of fastballs and let him take his chances.
If he's a little late on a fastball, look at where Carpenter is. Again, way off the line at first. Markakis takes off. He'll steal second. That'll be defensive indifference. Again, it makes it a little more difficult for the Cardinals. Takes away the force.
Adonis has got to be ready to score. He's got to be ready on anything that Tuivalu throws in the dirt. Again, his secondary pitches are the question mark for him.
One ball, no strikes. There was a good secondary pitch.
Sure was.
The Braves are trying to complete a comeback from a 4-0 deficit today. And out of play, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
These golden opportunities, you just wonder how many more can they get.
If we get to the unlucky 13th, the Cardinals will have their 2, 3, and 4 hitters. We'd prefer to see those guys in mid-August when we see the Cardinals again in St. Louis. Swing and a miss, and that'll retire the side. He showed off a couple of nasty breaking balls in that inning, and the Braves waste another golden opportunity, this time in the 12th. innings. And now they'll turn over the 13th inning to former Cardinal Jason Mott.
He pitched the 8th inning of game 1 of this series, gave up a base hit, also struck out a batter. That was Yadier Molina, who had a smile for him at the time. Braves have left 7 men on base in the last 3 innings.
Nice story in the St. Louis Post-Dispatch today by their Cardinals beat writer Derek Gould about Jason Mott. Saturday, Jason gathered his wife, daughter, and infant son and drove north of Atlanta and met with the man for whom the Mott's infant son was named, Bruce Sutter. Had a nice visit. Bruce Sutter asked, like so many people, what happened to the beard? Braves minor league policy is not to allow the long shaggy chin whiskers, but Mott's on his way to growing it back. And Randall Grichuk, the first man to greet him in the 13th inning, 1 ball, 1 strike. Mott first met Bruce Sutter in 2011 when the Cardinals were making a run in the World Series. And when Bruce Sutter came out to throw out a ceremonial first pitch, he requested that Jason Mott be his catcher. The two developed a friendship, and the rest, they say, is history. So, you know, Bruce Sutter is excited for Jason Mott. As that one's hammered down the left field line and into the seats, foul.
Boy, there's that pitch again. Inside Grichuk, they can't be too far inside for him. He was nowhere near a strike. He is certainly quick in there.
Two balls, 2 strikes. And a swing and a miss. Grichuk is down swinging.
Up and in.
Here's Carpenter. A first inning homer. He's been quiet since. In fact, the Cardinals have really been shut down since the start of the 4th inning. They have 4 hits since the 4th.
Meanwhile, the Braves only have 1 more guy in their bullpen. That's Josh Colmenter. Then you start thinking about sending a starter down there to the bullpen just in case. And if I were guessing, it might be Jaime Garcia, whose start was shortened a couple of days ago because of the rainout.
Over but low. Carpenter took it. 2 balls, no strikes. Now it's 3-0. I bet he'd have a green light if he wants it.
You bet. He's got a little bit of the Matt Diaz back bend before the pitch is delivered, but he uses his almost as a timing device to come back into the plate to make sure he's centered over the plate.
Ouch. Oh boy, Carpenter down in a heap in the left-hand batter's box. We could hear him holler from upstairs.
Looked like shin. Yep. will be a goose egg under his sock show up before long.
Three and two for Carpenter. And he gingerly makes his way to first base with a walk. And Jerko's coming up. Every now and then we'll see a hitter foul a ball off their leg and grimace and moan and groan and lay around and flop around on the ground, and then all of a sudden a pitch or two later they're stealing second base.
That's
so
true.
Make sure that Carpenter doesn't deke you here. Inside corner strike. The Braves are going to have a quandary when they get to the bottom of the 13th. Pitcher spots do third. They're out of position players. And as I said a year ago today, Bartolo Colon hit his home run. Maybe he's the guy that'll get the call. Blew him away.
There are a lot of hitters in Major League Baseball who in batting practice really put on a show. Kind of referred to as 5 o'clock hitters. So maybe Bartolo Colon is around a 520 hitter.
We may have a chance to find out. But that's a good question. Who would you consider the Braves' best hitting pitcher to be, other than R.A. Dickey, who's not eligible because he's out of the game?
Yeah, R.A.'s got 5 RBIs. He would be the guy I'd think of first. Probably Julio.
Molina pops it up right at Freddie Freeman behind the first base bag. And Jason Mott with a nice piece of pitching in the 13th inning with a couple of strikeouts. We'll see who's coming up third for Atlanta. 4-4 your score.
But they've had opportunities leading into this. Matt Kemp went down in the 11th or the 10th, and in the 11th this play at first base had to be reviewed. Looked like it was a game winner, but Ender was ruled out. Boy, that was so close. And then last inning, Kurt Suzuki up. Runners at second and third went down swinging. 7 men left on base in the last 3.
That's the bad news. The good news is the Braves bullpen's gone 7 innings of 1 hit scoreless ball to give Atlanta a chance to catch up. Chase Peterson leads off. He's the 7th place hitter. Dansby Swanson next, and then decision time for Brian Snitker. The Braves are out of position players. Nothing in 1 for Peterson, who takes outside. You're really darned if you do and darned if you don't. The way your roster is configured, you have the extra reliever. You're playing 13 innings. You need as many arms as you get. But that costs you a offensive player. And that got the umpire. Molina, I don't even know if he got leather on that. That hit the home plate umpire, Cal Hamari, right on the tentacle.
Oh, and he pulled his hand out into harm's way as that pitch was coming. Yikes. He had it protected until the last second. I'm wondering if he had trouble picking the pitch up.
Well, I hope he has trouble raising his right hand for strike 2 or 3. That was outside. 3-1. That left a mark.
Yep.
Leadoff walk and a fast runner to boot. Well, the Braves, I can't think they're going to bunt here. Not with a pitcher coming up to hit.
No, but you might try something else. Might try a hit and run or something to try to put him at first and third. Then at the very least, if you're successful at that, you got a pitcher coming up. A squeeze is a possibility.
Right there for a strike.
Here's a look at what's left for Atlanta. Nobody except Josh Coleman in the bullpen. No position players left. That's why Julio's out on deck. Everybody else has been used.
Didn't get it. 0-2.
Shoot that ball to right field.
Shadows have almost completely covered the mound. And now the 0-2 pitch is poked toward first. Step on the bag. The throw to second is going to be in time. It's a double play. And now Tehran is going to hit with 2 outs and nobody aboard.
Is that the 4th double play for the Cardinals today? That's what I've got.
I've got him with 5.
5?
1 in the 4th, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, 1 in the 12th, and now here in the 13th.
All right, that's the 12th.
Hey, good cut from Julio. There's a strike.
Unfortunately for you, Julio, you're not being treated as a pitcher. You're looked upon as a hitter. And they're going to pitch to you as such.
And that's the inning. Our duel continues. We are through 13 innings. First extra inning game in SunTrust Park has been a doozy. Diaz, Sierra, and Pham are coming up for the Cardinals, who are also shorthanded on their bench. They do have one extra hitter left. That's reserve catcher Eric Fryer. And they've got two relievers left for Mike Matheny.
Yeah, lefty and a righty.
And Josh Colementer is going to come on and pitch. And the lineup card for the home plate umpire, Adam Hamari, is getting awfully crowded too.
If he's able to right.
After that pitched ball hit him in the right hand.
Yeah. Colementer pitched 2 days ago and he worked 2 innings. 4 hits, 2 walks, 2 runs. Did strike out 3, but long relief on tap here just in case. He's the guy.
So Diaz is the Cardinal hitter. And the first one of beauty, in for a strike. Diaz started the day with 10 hits in his previous 13 at bats. He's 0 for 5 so far in game 3. Fly ball, shallow left center. And Ender in the bright sunshine puts that away. Diaz retired. Here's Sierra. Magneuris Sierra making his major league debut today. He hasn't had a whole lot of work in center field, but he does have his first big league hit.
Probably didn't anticipate getting 6 at bats in his first game either.
One ball, 2 strikes. Rolled towards second, charged and dropped. Chase drops a routine ground ball at second, and a fast runner aboard for St. Louis.
I wonder if that was shadow related. Right off the heel of his glove, it looked like. No, off his finger. That's why he was looking at his hand. Got his hand in the way.
So something I've been dying to say, Joe. Only the shadow knows.
I guess so.
But we'll find out after the game.
Been waiting a long time for that, huh?
Oh, yeah. 52 years, as a matter of fact. Here's Tommy Pham. He's 3 for 4. So like the Braves in extra innings, in this situation, the Cardinals have some options. Pham puts the ball in play. Sierra can run. Not going here, and a ball inside. 1 ball, no strikes.
I know he's been picked off already today, but I got to take my chances with a steal.
Got a good lead. Not going. High fly ball crushed deep to left. Tommy Pham puts it in play and hits it to the Hank Aaron Terrace. Second homer of the day, 3rd homer of the series. That one a no-doubter, and the Cardinals break through in the 14th.
Boy, oh boy, did he light into this. Great extension. Yeah, that was a couple of rows deep up into the Hank Aaron Terrace.
So all those opportunities for the Braves in the 10th, the 11th, and the 12th have come back to haunt them now. It's 6-4 St. Louis. And Tommy Pham, who is toiling away in the minors, has returned to the major leagues with a vengeance. 6 hits in this series, 3 homers. Now Fryer shoots one to the right side out of play. 1 ball and 2 strikes.
He was just asking one of his teammates where'd that go, and one of them just pointed up high.
Yeah. Well, the wind blowing toward left. Get it above the 3rd deck, and it's going to carry. Four more homers hit today between the Braves and Cardinals. They've hit 3. Freddie Freeman's hit the lone homer for the Braves.
Also for Graham, that is a career high 4 hits today.
So after the soft fly out to center, an E4, a 2-run homer, and now a walk. And we're back to the top, and Colton Wong. So I'm guessing for St. Louis it'll be Segrist, the left-hander, with the top of the order coming up for Atlanta. Inciarte and Freeman batting 1st and 3rd. As this one's hit hard toward left, Kemp on the run. He's got to reach up and make the play. That ball jumped.
That was a great play. I mean, he couldn't have reached any more than he did to get this while on the run, and held on to it. Outstanding play by Matt.
So Grichuk is the hitter. Pair of doubles for Randall way back in the 3rd and 5th inning. It's out of play, foul. And now the 0-2. Popped him up. At second base, Jace has that to retire the side. A 1-out error. And then a 1-out 2-run homer by Tommy Pham deep into the Henry Aaron terrace in left. Cardinals lead 6-4 in the 14th.
As we go to the bottom of the 14th, the 2 runs coming on a home run by Tommy Pham. Fastball right there. We want to show you something, though, where this ball landed. We'll show it to you in slow motion. There's a chair right there that just blew up from the ball hitting it. About the 4th row of the Hank Aaron terrace. That was pretty amazing.
And I hope the Braves send that guy a bill.
Right. Another look at it. No one sitting there. Pow, you see the wood fly? There was a lot of wood flying on that one.
Say, he brought the lumber, didn't he?
Yep.
So the Braves are down 2 runs. Kevin Segrist is on to try to save it for the Cardinals. Sam Tuivailala is in line for his first major league win. Ender Inciarte, the batter, has had nothing but rotten luck his last 3 times to the plate. He thought he beat out a ground ball to first with Sun Wong-Oh covering the bag with the bases loaded in the Atlanta 11th. But replay confirmed the call at first. He was out. And the game's rolled on to the 14th. Where moments ago, Tommy Pham hit a tie-breaking 2-run homer. Two balls and a strike. And a liner caught it short by Diaz. He hit a bullet, but he's out number 1.
It's going to show 2 hits in the box score tomorrow for Ender Inciarte. He could easily have 3 more on top of that.
No balls at a strike. Cardinals swept the Braves last year in their lone visit to Atlanta in April. They're 2 outs away from sweeping their first series at SunTrust Park. Well, how about a walk and another Freeman homer?
Okay, I'm in.
Sharply hit. Carpenter to the backhand. He leads his pitcher to the bag. Awkward work by Segrist, but he held on. No worse for wear, and there's the second out. And now Freddie can hit one to Stone Mountain, and the Cardinals would still lead.
Matt Carpenter's turned into a hockey goalie in the last couple of innings. He is doing a lot of sprawling and butterflying, but he gets the out. Segrist barely got the bag. A lot of the 40,000 plus are still here.
It's been a good ball game.
Yes, it has.
Well played. Cardinals jumped out early 4-0. The Braves came storming back in the middle innings. And then it was a battle of the bullpens. And the Cardinals got a 2-run homer to take the 2-run lead.
Yeah, and I have a good feeling that most of the comments after the game, if the Braves are not able to come back here, will revolve around missed opportunities and take a lot of the pressure off, or a lot of the heat off of Josh Colemanter, and say he should never have even been out there. We should have won the game sooner.
1-1 count. Good breaking ball, and now the Braves are down to their last strike. Pop fly out of play, foul, and the Braves are still alive. One ball, 2 strikes. Base is empty in the 14th inning. Well, he gets too cute. You've got Matt Kemp waiting on deck. Now the 2-2 pitch. Did it go? Nope, too low. Segrist ready, kicks and fires, and a swing and a miss. And that's your ball game. And for the second straight year, the St. Louis Cardinals have come to Atlanta and have swept a 3-game series. Tommy Pham, up from the minor leagues, did a lot of damage here in Atlanta, including 3 home runs. The Cardinals hit 7 home runs in the first 3 games they've ever played at SunTrust Park. And Atlanta wraps up a disappointing homestand with a 1-5 record and a 4-game losing streak that they'll take to the road to Houston beginning Tuesday night. Tough one to swallow, Joe. The Braves had some chances in late extra innings, but couldn't push across the winning run.
Yeah, they had all kinds of opportunities for 3 straight innings and couldn't get it done.
So Sam Tuivailala picks up his first major league win in relief. Josh Colemanter takes the tough luck loss. Kevin Segrist his first save, and a sellout crowd of 40,200 got free baseball today. Cardinals 6, Atlanta 4, the final in 14 innings. Joe and I will step aside, take a break, and join you for Braves Live with a full recap and preview of the upcoming road trip. That's coming up next.